Hello everybody and welcome to the finale of the Let's Play OpenRCT2 2 Season 2 movie. We've covered episodes 1 through 10 in part 1, 11 through 20 in part 2, 21 through 30 in part 3, and now part 4 will cover the final 10, and 31 up to the season finale episode 40. You all know the drill by now. Now, as this is the last part of the movie, and if you haven't seen the previous 3 parts of the movie, I highly recommend you take a look at them in the cards on the top right corner of your screen. In any case, I want to thank you all for your support on this season. Season 3 will be coming out next year. In any case, enjoy the movie, and I will see you all in the next video. Next non-movie link video. Ciao! Hello everybody and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 2. We go from the wintry wonderland escapes to the so-called beautiful mountains of Lightning Peaks, where the only things in the park are 2 chairlifts. That's it. And we have to turn this park into a park that can sustain 900 guests in the park by the end of October year 3. With the usual park rating requirement. We have now entered the expert park section of the season, which means we are getting near the end. But will the game let us through without a fight? Of course not. It's the expert parks for a reason. In this park, we have the 2 chairlifts. Lifts, as we mentioned before, are gentle rides, which there's a pretty good variety of them. A pretty good variety of coasters. There's the twist, a boat hire, which is kind of redundant, and a paltry amount of stalls. That doesn't even include, you guessed it, the fricking information kiosk. Let us begin. First thing I want to do, get rid of the stupid chairlift. Or at least get rid of one of them. So that way we have room to put down the information kiosk later. Which, speaking of, we might as well just make sure that the game just only researches that until we get the kiosk. Didn't put down some of the more normal stalls and stuff. And now we can actually start doing things. I don't know why I build queue lines so weirdly. Okay, I have a hell of a job ahead of me. Someone's being pedantic tonight. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. Just about as much of a pain in the ass as the rain. And of course we're out of cash. Great. At least thankfully our soft guest cap's already recorded right there. It's just a case of just hoping that guests show up. But we just need guests to start spending. This is going to be a problem. At least the good news is the information kiosk is researched immediately, so at least we don't have to deal with waiting for that for ages. Good thing too. Ah, goddammit, we're in the red. This is gonna be a problem. Unless we raise enough money to complete the X path, but this is gonna be a problem. Well, at least the information kiosk is researched, but now the main problem is how the hell do we get the money for it? Especially since we're slammed up against any sort of we're just slammed up against debt. And here comes the rain again. I'm sorry game, but what the hell do you want me to do about that? Oh, but of course. Really? Well, the only good news is we are in line. The bad news is it's going to be annoying as hell. And we're back on that again. Screw it. Sell the fucking chairlifts. It's not like they're doing anything good. It's not like they were going to be doing anything good for us anyway. Meanwhile, we might as well just shut down the main pathways because there's not going to be much mountain climbing to see here anymore. Oh, come on. Really? We're doing this shit? I'll take that thunder strike to say, yes, we are already doing this shit. Great. Just great. Ay vey. Did I forget to mention the fact that we're not even that close to the goal? You wanna leave the park so badly? There. You wanna leave the park so badly? I just helped you out. There. Now we actually have something to work with. That's what I would say if it was for the fact that this is still borderline ridiculous. I don't know why the lighting decided to change so much there, but okay. Come on, move your tush. You want to go home so badly? Let me help you out. That guest's name is Fuzz? Are you serious right now? You hungry? Let me put you right next to a frickin' food stall then. There. That's much better. Much better control. Before we go broke again. There. Information kiosk for all. I suppose comes the real question. How the hell are we supposed to get through this? With stagnating gas cap. Lovely. Really? More rain? Are we seriously doing this shit? Oh boy. This is gonna probably take a while. And I hate admitting that. We have no choice but to just try to save up capital and just try to at least try to get closer to being on a decent financial base. Why the hell did I do that? I guess that works? I guess? I don't know. Oh boy, this is gonna be another case where I'm gonna build a part too small for no reason, isn't it? And we're not even halfway to the guest count that we need. Oh boy. Even the classic mini coasters cost a good couple grand. Really? The mini suspended coaster? One of the worst coaster types in the game? Is this a sick joke to you, game? Allegedly, yes, it is. Yeah, I guess putting it on a completely flat ground would help. And it's still not close. Right. There, at least that way our paths are more or less connected. Okay, so now that we're taking care of that, now we can move things even further. If we're just striking things out a lot. Now it's just a case of just waiting for the guests to mosey their butt down the mountainsides. And now there's more rain. This feels like some kind of sick joke that the game is trying to play on me, and I don't quite know why. At least fix the financial side of things. At least for right now. There. Of course, now we're just slammed up against the gas cap. At least now we're in a bit of a better situation. Emphasis on a bit. Call it weird if you want, but this is the only way we can really get a boat higher in the map. There we go, that's much more like it. Maybe unorthodox, but if it works, it works. That's all I can really say. serious right now? Well, at least we connected the paths on here, so it's not like it's a completely disorganized mess. But we are getting mechanics. Yes, heaven forbid. And yeah, we are just struggling for some best count. And I mean struggling. Okay. I don't know if you caught that on the footage or not, but for some reason, that thing's got all blue wobbly there. That affects the video. I do apologize, but in fairness, even I didn't know what was going on. I hope that didn't show up in the footage, because if it did show up in the footage, I am going to be upset. Now we can set up a pirate ship next to the boat hire, so there's at least that much. And yeah, we're still slamming this gas count. Great. Just... mouse gets unlocked. Now we're in August and we're not much better off in terms of finances. Great. Just great. This is a problem. Let's speed up all the way until mid-August to finally get the money. And don't you know it, it's also raining. There we go. Now we can actually do some things. And get the soft gas count back up as well. Because remember, our objective is to get 900 gas by the end of year 3, and yet we're almost at the end of year 1, and we're still struggling. Oh boy. Of course, we have to wait for more money. And of course, I joined back in the middle of a fucking thunderstorm. Of course. Of course. I'm not even upset. I'm just bewildered by this game's excuse for comedic timing. Just, I wouldn't say this is like a Rage Edition video. I would just say it's more mild annoyance than anything. But at least now the park is starting to turn a pretty healthy amount of money profits. We're getting somewhere, I guess. At least the good news is now we can actually, there's one thing that we can do to make our lives a lot easier. Advertising. We can't afford all advertising quite yet, but this should help out a ton. Because we're close enough to the objective that I think we can just advertise our way out of this mess. I think. We can double the price while we're at it, so that way the half price doesn't hurt us too badly. Now it's just a case of just holding money until we can do the in general park advertising. I suppose, like, just free is worse. Because you can still spend your money elsewhere. And now we're up to 700 gas, so we're finally starting to get somewhere. And that we should be good on advertisements for the rest of the scenario. This was only long because of financial trouble. And the fact that for some reason I decided to build my park out wide instead of, you know, use the mountains more effectively, but whatever. Now we wait. Again. Now we're at 800 guests. October, not to ride. At least finally managed to get something out of this. Is there a gap? No, there's not. At least building the queue line is a lot easier. There we go. That's better. I think 900 guests arrives pretty quickly into October. So that, my friends, is Lightning Peaks. A park that had potential, but wound up just being a slog because of financial issues, and the fact that for some forsaken reason I decided to build the park out wide instead of using more of the park. It's basically like Mothball Mountain, except in this case it's not quite so compact. Still has the same sort of budgetary issues though that I caused upon myself for some reason. In any case, that concludes today's video. Oh, thank you all for watching. Like and subscribe if you want to. to comment down below if you have something on your mind, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everyone, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Last time we did Lightning Peaks, the first of 4 expert parks in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. This is the second, Ivory Towers, which is a well-established park which has, well, more than a few problems. First of all, park rating is 0. Second of all, there's lots of vomit everywhere. And thirdly, it is going to be difficult to take this struggling park and revitalize it to have 1,000 guests in the park by the end of year 3. On the bright side, this is one of the few scenarios that gives us a legitimate park to work with, unlike last one, which was just as chain lifts. And you can see that in our selection because we have 2 different types of transport rides, a few different gentle rides, 5 different types of coasters, which is always good, a couple of thrill rides including go-karts, that's fun, a boat hire, and a few different stalls including the kiosk right from the off. So let's get started. So first things first, we're gonna have to have one. We're just gonna have to start sectioning off bits and bobs. It's like we need to have one handyman do one section and then have another do another section and so on and so forth. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. In fact, if we pull up the park rating, yeah, our park rating is not very good. And it's going to continue to not be very good for quite a while, unfortunately. There's only 2 coasters here and not a lot else. This is not gonna be fun. And just like last scenario, we're starting off immediately with the frickin' rain. That's just great. You know, complaining about it in itself is kind of trashy because most of the trash isn't even my fault. It's from the previous owner. So the fact that you just decided to just air your grievances out to the person that had nothing to do with the previous regime is just mean. But if we want to get people to the park, we're going to need to do that ASAP. And I'm just going to unashamedly just jack up the price to $25, run an advertising campaign, and just hope. That's all I can really do right now, is just hope. And hoping is all that we can really do right now. There we go. A couple of go-karts should help us out a lot. Yes, I am aware that I'm doing this in a bit of a weird fashion, but we need to get this all cleaned up one way or another. Especially since we still have over 250 pieces of litter in the park, which means that park rate is not going to get any better anytime soon. I mean, we at least have a positive park rating, but it's still going to take a while. Well, that's just the unfortunate truth of the matter. There we go. By at least opening a twist, we can at least open the door a little bit to our stuff. And we're still above 150. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit more difficult than I anticipated. But by at least connecting some of the path together, that should help out a ton. Like that. Oh dear. This is gonna cost a problem. Most untidy park in the country. Yeah, I get that. Thank you very much. I get that. That doesn't mean that you get the slam past me like that. But that's kind of unnecessary. It doesn't exactly help either that we still have 179 pieces of litter, so the park rating is definitely not doing us any favors right now. Yeah, we're still a ways off. The park rating is only barely 100 with all that. 100. But keep in mind, we have to get our park rating back above 600 to complete the scenario. So, Houston, we have a problem. And it's a pretty massive one at that. Okay. Okay, this is a problem. Oh, good luck, Bernard. You are not Bernard 2, I guess in this case. You're gonna have freaking work on. 169 is not nice. The only good news is we are fixing the problem, slowly but surely. But the rain just decides to just do a little bit of trolling. It makes it hard as hell to see. And now Bernard's trying to go the wrong way. I hate to say it, but you're not going to be able to avoid the trash forever. Especially since we need that park rating penalty to go away. And quickly at that. At least now we can invest in a log flume. And the litter has finally gotten below 150, which means our park rating is slowly starting to improve. I do mean slowly though, because this is going to be a nightmare. There we go, that's much better. Oh, kind of. Don't ask me what I was doing there, because quite clearly I didn't know what the hell I was trying to do. Yes, I know that there's a lot of trash still in the park. Leave me alone. At least now the park path system has been made a little bit less complicated. Plus we could just connect it together like that. Actually connect more properly. Thank you, Bernard. You are once again fired. So that leaves us with 128 pieces of litter left, which is still far too much. Which means it's time for the further iteration of Bernard to try to pick up the pieces. There. Hopefully that should fix the path system. So I'm clicking on all the wrong things. what is with the rain in this scenario? This is getting a little ridiculous. This is worse than freaking Lightning Peters. Well, not Lightning Peters, Lightning Peaks. I mean, my scenario's messed up. I'm acting like a micromanaging manager right now, just making sure that this stupid handyman and cleans up all the paths. At least the park rating is starting to improve somewhat. It's up to 364 now. So check now, our litter is now down to about 80, which means park rating is finally starting to get somewhere. So that leaves us with just 71 pieces of litter. And I think I found where that is. I think I found what we like to call a problem sign. Clean the damn thing. Yeah, this swing suspended coaster is going to be a massive problem. In case you haven't figured that out by now. It is a vomit machine. Now, what I'm doing might be considered unethical, but honestly, if you decide to torture yourself with a vomit machine in the first place, you only got yourself to blame. This is gonna tank our rating temporarily, but at least now all the litter should be gone. Yep, it's gone, but now we have to deal with an absolutely gargantuan casualty penalty. Well, that will delay the casualty penalty a little bit. I wasn't even trying that time. Whoops. Right, move on. There. There we go. Now we got ourselves some proper stuff going on now. And now we can just run advertisements. And it's like crazy. Because we gotta get the 1,000 guests one way or another. All else fails, shuttle. At least I can start natural gas generation up to 490, but yeah, that casualty penalty is it's brutal. I know I'm using a plugin for this, but I just wanted to demonstrate the real-time effect of taking down that penalty. And even though the penalty's not quite there yet, the gas goal certainly is. Oh boy. In the interim, we unlocked the mine train coaster and the pirate ship, but we're not going to be able to get much of anywhere until that part rain improves. There we go. The Flight of the Phoenix is not as much of a vomit machine, but the coaster type itself is a vomit machine. Unfortunately, there's not much I can really do about that, so I do apologize. Thanks for that. Well, the good news is at least the number of guests are high. The bad news is we can't win until the casualty penalty expires. And that might take a while, so strap yourselves in, folks. We might be in for a slight bit of a long wait. Yeah, we need our park rate to get up above 600, and it's not gonna get there for a little while. But building the rides and stuff, we should be able to combat that. At least in theory. There. Red Fogger's Revenge for, well, another revenge tour. And yeah, as you may have noticed, the guest count is going to exceed 1,000. The problem is just, yeah, the park rate. Oh, why did I do this to myself? Why did I do this to myself? Why? At least I was able to repurpose that a little bit, so yay. But yeah, now we have over 1,000 guests. The problem is just, you know, everything else. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate storms? I do. I hate them. There. Park rating has at least recovered back to the 500. Okay, what is this one only up one mechanic? Yep. Yep, it sure is. So rather than the subject use that, I'm just gonna hit the hyperspeed again. And there we go. Later, during which your soft gas cap will be increased to 780. That is it. We had to exceed the gas goal by 25%, but we did it. We turned a well-established park to a bit of a hellhole by the end because we just tore it down and started new, but we did it at the very least. So that is Ivory Towers, a fairly difficult park that I made even more difficult on myself by committing an egregious, a very, very egregious casualty penalty. I probably could have gotten this done sooner had I not done that, but by the end, the casualty penalty will ebb away. In fact, if we speed things up with the frame rate dying a little bit, it does recover back up to 700 by April year 2, so that's good news. The bad news is there's a lot more guests in the park, and that's going to cause overcrowding. But that's neither here nor there. That concludes today's episode. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Hopefully the next one will be a little shorter. Then you remember that the next scenario is Rainbow Valley. And then you want to internally scream because it's Rainbow Valley. What do you expect? Anyways, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Play OpenRCT2 2. Last time we went through Ivory Towers, and while that part was a little bit annoying, mostly because of my own doing, nothing pales in comparison to Rainbow Valley, where you can't change the landscape, you can't remove trees, and the game expects you to develop the area to a large theme park that houses 1,000 guests by the end of year 4. I will make a full disclaimer right now on two parts. One, I refuse to play by this game's rules. I mean, you could just tell by the fact that everything is flat. There's a path there, and I had to spend an off-screen $3.7 million in landscaping because this scenario, in all intents and purposes, is fucking sucks. And that's the second disclaimer. This is going to likely be a Rage Edition video for the first time since episode 10, because this map fucking sucks. It doesn't suck as much as Amity Airfield, which I've already run on my tirades against the godforsaken scenario. But if I had to say which was worse, Amity Airfield or Rainbow Valley, Amity Airfield is still the worst of the two, but Rainbow Valley is pretty damn close, because this map fucking sucks. And I'm not going to torture myself, nor will I torture you all in seeing just how bad this valley is going to get. So I just want to make that perfectly clear right now. I do apologize for blatantly cheating this episode, but what would you prefer? Me to actually have fun with what I have created, or to try to struggle with the game's ridiculous restrictions? I rest my case. In any case, we have a chairlift. We have 5 different gentle rides, 6 different roller coasters, a twist, 2 different types of water rides, even though one of them is going to be pretty redundant. And, of course, this scenario doesn't start you off with the goddamn information kiosk. Why? 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 Just... why? That's the only thing I can say, is just why, because that's just cruel. But yeah, I guess that's come from all the way there, all the way to the front gates and everything. And of course, no one's showing up because I don't really blame the guests for not showing up, because this place is cursed beyond all reason to believe. There, at least that creates a bit of a compromise. Not like it matters because this map fucking sucks, but what are you gonna do? There we go. Now, why the fuck are the guests not showing up to the park? Kinda sad that I have to do an advertising campaign right off the goddamn bat, but I had to do that for Ivory Towers more or less, so why am I not surprised? Good grief, these guests are loaded. $90 and $80. $90, $70, $80. So the lowest has to be like 60, right? Yes. I do not care. Here, I'm going to extort these guests because, quite frankly, I do not give a crap. There. Now that we have an information kiosk up, now it's just a case of doing it. Oh, be quiet. There. Now the guests will have no choice but to show up to the park because guess what? Advertising is king. There we go, now we're starting to get somewhere. And maybe extorting the guests for all that they have, but I really don't give a crap. The only thing I give a crap about is getting the ATM. If it's available in this scenario, because if we're going to be extorting our guests, we might as well let's go full send. Install, not really what I was looking for, but okay, I guess. At least now we can actually have our roller coaster that helps justify the cost. At least our soft guest cap can handle it for right now. It's just everything else that's gonna be a pain in my tush. Go. Now we actually have something that's called proper. Especially with 3 different kinds of coasters. The only concession I'm willing to make is giving some guests a chance to get into the park half price. But you can just shove it up your ass, game. I'm not dropping the park entrance fee for nothing. Appropriately, I'll let the balloons be random color because it's Rainbow Valley. Oh, fuck yourself, game. Fuck yourself. Like, I know I said it was gonna be useless, but that's just another level of being goddamn petty. Oh. This basically sent back even further because reasons. Cotton candy salt also not really what I wanted, but it's supposed to help speed the sunset's ground. So, and we're becoming pretty hilarious and cash positive now, so we're getting somewhere. That's the only good thing I can really say. That way they can just funnel all the way to the same spot. So now that we finally got that done, now it's just a case of just waiting for an ATM to show up, if it does. Not the fucking souvenir stall! Guests can complain up their own big old fanny for all I care. I just do not care. I want to be done with this shit. Yeah, more fucking rain. Because of course. There. Now there's natural path. That's every which way. There. Take your cake and eat it too, you ungrateful swine. Not the fucking burger bar! Give to this game to find ways to just do what I don't want. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. And to me, this isn't particularly a very funny joke at that. You complain of long queue lines? Well, boy, do I have a long queue line for you. And the bloody name on it. I hate this fucking scenario. I really do. Imagine if I actually tried to play this legitimately, I would be losing my goddamn mind. I know some of the sensitive idiots are gonna be like, yeah, if you had any more than I to do this. It's just ridiculous. The only good thing about the scenario is that it's almost over. There. That doesn't get us up to maximum 1,000. I don't know what to say. And it does. And now we play the waiting game because I am not going to waste any more your time or my time trying to play this scenario for any longer. And of course we get the popcorn stall, so the ATM must either not exist, or we're just not getting it. Either or, this scenario is finally fucking finished. August, we have finally completed the scenario, and am I ashamed to have treated Rainbow Valley? Absolutely not. This is my most hated scenario in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 because of its bullshit restrictions and its ridiculous incessant nonsense. And if you saw the original map, you understand why I had to cheat, because it is so ridiculous. And did I forget to mention the fact that you can't do anything with the landscape? You can't do anything with the trees. You can't have fun. This scenario is pain. And while it's not as painful as Amity Airfield, which you can see for yourself in the link up in the top right corner of your screen, this scenario is easily the most bloody fucking painful old shit in all Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. And thankfully, the final scenario of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, which is coming up next time on the Let's Play, is far kinder, in a sense, than whatever you want to call this direct. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Sorry for the Rage edition, but this was just a scenario that really likes to get me upset. Yeah, hopefully cooler heads will prevail in the next video. So, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Last episode, we don't talk about it. Rainbow Valley was a scenario. That's all I'm gonna say. Today, we have reached the final expert park in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, that being Thunder Rock. Alright, which stands out in the middle of the desert, as you can quite clearly see by all the sand all over the place. And it's up to us to use all the available space to attract more people, or in this case, more tourists. For being the final expert park of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, the guest goal isn't anything too exciting. It only requires us to get 900 guests in the park, which is, shall I say, very tame for a final park. But then again, this was Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. In terms of ride types, we have the chairlift, obviously. A few different types of gentle rides. 5 different types of roller coasters. Just a twist for the thrill ride. No water rides. I guess that makes sense. We are in the desert after all. And of course, no information kiosk. Great. I do want to say technically 2 things before we get started. Alright, both of which relate to holidays. First of all for my Canadian viewers out there, I hope you all had a good Canada Day on Tuesday. And I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And for my American viewers, as this video will be releasing on the 4th of July, I hope you all have a fantastic Independence Day. Just please don't light off any fireworks in my direction, because A, that wouldn't really work firing fireworks at Phoenix, and 2, I don't do well with loud noises anyway, so it'll be a lose-lose situation. Anyways, with the holiday talk over, let us finally begin. As you see, the rock is pretty empty, and all we got is the chairlift going back and forth, back and forth, back and frickin' forth. And as you see without the information kiosk at the start, we're kinda boned at the start, so we just gotta make do with what we got. Which admittedly is, well, not a lot. Okay, so despite the fact that we're in a desert, there are actually water rides in this scenario. That's weird. That is really weird. Who am I to complain? I just find it kind of odd because it's just so bizarre. Oh well, I guess I can't complain too much. Really? That's what I wanted to do. A little bit particular every game. Despite our soft guest gap being pretty mediocre, we are getting a decent amount of guests into the park right away, which is, well, good news. Already 22% of the cap. We're only a little over 5 minutes in. And not bad. I also do want to point out that yes, 100 subscriber special is still in the works, but due to outrageous circumstances that I have not been able to really do that quite yet. But don't worry, I will get 100 sub special up at some point during the month. Just like I said in the community tab, please bear with me. That's better. Really? We're in the middle of the desert. Why is it raining in the desert? I know deserts do get the occasional bit of rain here and there, but this is just weird. At least the information kiosk is gonna come in nice and early, which is always good. There, at least now one of the rides, despite being just a silly little twist, is actually colored in honor of the belated Canada Day. Even if it's something as basic as a twist. This might be the one of the dumber ideas I think I've ever had, but since I don't want guests getting lost, that's not even it. Well, getting an information kiosk up now that's research can help, but that's what I wanted to do, provide an alternative way for guests to go up and down the hill. Or I guess in this case, up and down the rock. But now the information kiosk is up, so now guests can get their silly little maps and umbrellas and stuff. Because heaven forbid. Yeah, that gives me an idea. That's better. Disney Mouse, but stylized in Canadian colors. That's much more like it. There we go. Now the Canadian viewers have something to look at. Yes, I know it seems kind of silly that I'm coloring rides in our holidays that have passed, or and other stuff like that, but hey, you can't blame me for wanting to be thorough. $0.20 for a Ferris wheel. That is just sad. That is one of the lowest entry fees for a ride I think I've ever seen. At that point, you'd be better off just giving out free tickets. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Also, as you may have briefly noticed that OpenRCT2 has been updated quite a bit since last month, so there might be some things that are a little different, so yeah. Now my main question right now is, what exactly is this game gonna give me in terms of that? And there's something for the American viewers as well, appealing to both sides of North America. Like I said, I know this seems silly that I'm doing it like this, but I'm just making sure that my bases are covered. Excuse me, but how do we not have any staff? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, I think that's just weird. All 4 trains just going one after the other, after the other, after the other, like short little 10-second spurts. That's just kind of crazy. Oh, that's not too bad. They're slowly trickling their way into the park. Although that's not really doing a whole lot good for our financials right now. Hopefully I don't screw myself with this. I wasn't expecting this to work, but I'm very, very glad that it has. There we go. Big queue line, but you gotta make it work somehow. You have to deal with this bill U-turn. And the gas cap is about a little over halfway there. There's that set up, and now quadruple the price. $40 is the minimum that we can get. Is that, well, not even the minimum, that's the minimum. Well, technically it is the minimum. It's the minimum guests can spawn with, but it's also the maximum of what we can get away with. So I guess I was kind of right, but also kind of wrong, because I said it wrong at first. And I know some people are gonna be like, yeah, that's pretty typical. Instead I say, oh, you're not wrong. But now that should get our finances more or less, excuse me, more or less in order. you go. Now you can shuttle. Also, this was by complete coincidence that I put both the American colored and Canadian colored roller coasters right next to one another. I did not do that on purpose. Some people can accuse me of doing that on purpose, but I can assure you that that was just purely coincidental. Mainly seeing if there's any thrill rides that we can have or not, because you never know, you might get something good, or maybe not. Who knows? Well, the game knows, and we don't know that quite yet. I feel like I need something else up here on this rock, if we can... something like that, yeah, that works. That works. I ain't gonna complain. You know what, sports cars are fine. There, that way it does have a bit of easier connection, and now it actually works like a bit of a circle, I guess? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, fire ship, not bad. That's exactly what I was hoping for, but it's not bad. I did not make the best effort. Oh, this gives me an idea. There we go. So in case people are confused as to what I just did, basically colored each of the trains based on each of the 3 North American nations. And that being Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Again, this is one I can't defend because I just did that. I did that on purpose, and I did that to be silly. But I figured, might as well wrap everyone up in a little bow, and just go with it. Sometimes it's better to not question the silly things that I do, because sometimes I just don't have an explanation. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need a couple more mechanics to keep up. In fact, I might as well just do 5, just be on the safe side. I like how basically no one's up on top of the rock itself. Everyone's just milling around down below. I did not mean to do this. I did not mean to set this up like this on purpose. I guess themselves decided, you know what? Nah. They just did it themselves. But I suppose I could provide a little bit of an incentive. Kind of. There we go. There we go, Mr. Pirate Ship. Now you can ship your way to Ship Town. That makes no sense. Are you okay? That guy's just turned around as soon as I put the new path there, and I'm just like, are you okay? You good? Replace the fences. This guy reminds me of like American Colors. Just about everywhere that I can put them. That actually kind of works. Huh. Who would have thought? There you go, Bernard. Welcome to the new job. Mark, making sure that the flowers are flowerific. I don't think that's even a word. May not be the same as the Pirate, but I just really do not want to deal with all that pathing. But the soft gas cap is pretty much right there. Who would want to buy fries in the desert? Your mouth is already dry enough as is in the desert. That's just insult to injury. I know some people are gonna call me insane for saying that, but it's true. Why would you do that? There we go. A few extra stalls up here, and we should be good on that front. I know I just complained about Horizon Desert, but I'm gonna build them anyway. Just make sure that we don't get any negative food rewards. Like so. And our soft gas cap has reached over 900, so yeah, it's not gonna take long for the rest of the guests to show up. For this being the final expert park in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, this is oddly anticlimactic, I guess? If you want to call it anticlimactic? I don't know. At least we're slowly becoming hilariously cast popular. Holy hell, that graph is all kinds of screwed. But ladies and gentlemen, as the guests keep on rolling, and we are approaching the very end of all the parts of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. Although the guests are leaving, it could be possible that this gets milked without me even having to do anything. I find there's something so funny to me about the scenario being completed when the final day before the congratulations screen popped up was July 4th. If that's not a hell of a coincidence, I don't know what is, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely do not. That is the mother of all coincidences. And I'm just gonna wait a little while until we get enough money to pay off our debt, which is right there. And that is it. And that, my friends, is Thunder Rock. For this being the final whole expert park arc of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, and the final part of the game in general, this is kind of anticlimactic. Because it's not that bad. I mean, Rainbow Valley would have worked out a lot better as the finale of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. Bullshit restrictions aside, of course, but that's past me still being kind of salty about that. But in any case, that does conclude every single park on Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. There is technically a bonus map if you complete all the scenarios, but that is a have fun map, and so it doesn't have any sort of objective to it, so we will be excluding it. But we still have a couple more scenarios to do in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and then we have a few Six Flags maps left to play, so the end of the season is upon us, and it's coming up fast. But with my rambling aside, thank you all for watching, and like the video if you enjoyed it, and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and comment down below if you have something on your mind about this particular episode. Anyways, happy belated Canada Day, happy 4th of July. Hey, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and welcome to the world of 1080p. I have recently gotten a new monitor, and so we are able to record in 1080p, which means better videos for you all, because you get to see more of the action. And as you can see on the screen and you get to see a lot more of Fungus Woods today's scenario, where today we are restricted to only older style wooden rides, which means none of your fancy schmancy steel, or anything like that. It's strictly wood in Fungus Woods, and well, there's lots of trees everywhere, so yeah. Today's objective is a much needed uptick in difficulty, considering how lackluster Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 ended. 2,500 guests in the park at the end of year 4. Or with the same park rating as always. And this is the second to last as expert park in the game. So after this, the series is going to slowly come to an end. But let's not worry about that right this instant. The park already starts open, thankfully, so we don't need to do that. But anyways, we start with the mini railroad. 7 different types of gentle rides, which is honestly a good selection for change. 3 different types of roller coasters, of course all wood. No frill rides whatsoever, probably because there's no frill rides that have wood, as far as I'm aware. 2 different rides, which one of them requires water, which we don't start with. The other one is, well, river rafts. And a whole crap load of stalls, including, for once, the information kiosk from the start. So, enough of my blabbering, let's get started. Of course, we gotta get the information kiosk up and running quickly. And then we have to find a way to connect the path from here all the way around, so that way guests don't have to walk all the way back around. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. In case you're wondering what I'm trying to do, I am trying to do things kind of symmetrically. Also, I apologize if I play a little bit more sloppy in today's video. I am getting used to the bigger display, so just bear with me on that front, please. And most of the guests have left already. That is not a good sign. Yeah, pretty much all the guests have left immediately, which is, well, not a good sign. We even have log cabin restrooms. Really? Okay, honestly, other than having to work around that we did kinda well, I guess. I mean, there are a couple of mistakes, but nothing super egregious. Thankfully we have the maze unlocked, so that means that we get to have a little bit of fun with it. And also massively increase our soft guest count. That's that way we can actually get guests into the park. There we go. Now the path is more or less completely symmetrical. Oh, we just gotta get rid of this hill here, if I can talk. And then we'll have a nice, perfect circle around the park. Well, kind of. And yeah, we have no access to thrill rides whatsoever, which is going to be annoying. But unfortunately, there's nothing we can really do about that. Also, now the guests are starting to come back. So we're clearly doing something right. Okay, yeah, these hills are going to be a little annoying to deal with. But it pales in comparison to what we've had to deal with back in Rainbow Valley. This is more or less just teeny tiny minor annoyances. Okay, yeah, we are going to have to take out a little bit of a loan here because, heaven forbid. Okay, this should do it. Okay, hey, thank goodness. Go. And now we can just block off some of these dead ends. Make sure that the guests can actually get from point A to point B. As you can tell, this park is not particularly very big, so we're just going to have to be a little bit careful. So we have 40, yeah, 50, 50, 60, 70. Is there any guess on part that has lower? Yes. So 40 is the absolute max we can get away with. That means that right away I get to have an excuse to do the half price tickets. And this is also why I'm glad that we start with the ATM, because we're gonna need to get guests in the park quickly. And our first ride is a Virginia Reel. That's actually not bad. go. And now we're up and running. And now we have a nice little plaza. Well, kind of, yes. Almost the perfect size to fit old timers in, but that's clearly not going to work. That just means that we just have to tuck it away back here. There we go. Now it's perfectly symmetrical. There we go. At least this way this prevents any confusion. No, cricket houses aren't like the best rides in the game, but you haven't really got much of a choice in this scenario, so it's just everything. The soft gas cap is already up to about 500, so we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere slowly, but we are getting somewhere. There's another hill there. That's what I was worried about. Now, I guess we actually do it now. I suppose this is the good news about this being a pay-for-entry park. There's less campaign so now. Now with that, we should be more or less in business for time now. here's our first bit of major ground. Alright, great. And of course it has to be a thunderstorm because why not? I suppose it's just a question of what the hell was I expecting? Oh well, at least the guys have a nice little boat ride to row around on. Emphasis on small because, well, it's an 8x8 pool for crying out loud. Looks like a called 8x8 pool very exciting. What can you do? We don't have any mechanics. Are you serious right now? Okay. I suppose I should suspect this much, but did I? Of course not. I can't tell that's lined up around because of foliage. That's lined up pretty well, I guess. Not the best, but far from the worst. There you go. Yeah, that's the only bad thing about this part. The fact that it's just completely crazy. But at least we have a prop on our right that we can advertise some crap out. And hopefully we'll become cash positive and to, be able to do that. It's supposed to be working at the time first they install toasters. Just to be safe. Yes, heaven forbid I don't do my due diligence. Dimensional cars. Yeah, that's all we've researched so far. And our turns wanted to be researched pretty soon. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem here. There we go, that's much better. I was wondering what's wrong? I found it. I will fix the X path, just be extra sure. Well, in that case, that matter is up. Now, wait. Put that. Whoops. That's my bad. Guest count is starting to slowly climb up, so getting somewhere. Now we got some money. Now the soft gas cap will start to get there. There's some. So now we can speed things up a little bit. And we have our first breakdown. 3 months in. Great. And meanwhile, we are becoming hilariously cash positive because now we can pay off this loan. As we managed to rack up almost 15 grand, making 11 grand in profit. That is much more money. One wild mouse. Now that's a good ride. That's the kind of puts into a smaller footprint than partially into my own. It is still. So we are at 3 miles. I can just imagine the accountant just screaming. If I had an account inside me. Excuse me. That's me for having that person installed right there. At least fire time works because ground forces build smaller lines, more or less. Oh, at least now we're Alright, we have 60. Well, I could allow my 4 chance to keep up with it and hire 5th, just to be on the safe side, because heaven forbid. That should help, I guess get to where we need to go. Just a little bit easier. At least on paper. So now we speed up just a little more. And now we get the OG haunted house, as I was saying. And we're up above 1,100 guests. Keep in mind that our goal is 2,500, so we're still not quite halfway. But we have certainly made up the money that we have spent. The fiscally responsible part of me quite happy with that. There we go. And now the soft gas cap's up over 1,000. Not only that matters for us because we're already above 1,000 guests, but it's the principle of the fact that we hit 4 figures. So I guess it could help. That's something. Problem is, these two cars seem just don't matter. So it's kind of sad to say, but I think I am gonna have to just focus on that. The good news is we're cash positive enough to where we can pay off the rest of our loan. And we get the steeplechase. And okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. Okay. And calm down. We got to leave with me. Take us anywhere? Probably not. Oh yeah. Oh, that actually does get us something. Okay. I am glad to be proven wrong. And that's literally the only thing we need to do. Okay. I guess Oh, oh God. I built it into the stupid... Okay, that's frustrating. I built it into the hill by accident. Whoops. That's my bad. Okay, what the hell? I just... Oh my god. Okay. I don't think that's quite how they designed it, but it'll have to do for our purposes. I guess this should have been my clue to, you know, pay attention. At least we built the thing. We should be paying attention, but no harm, no harm. Okay, so now we can just let the researchers stay. More or less. It is kind of a bummer that we don't get any thrill rides, but not much we can really do there, unfortunately. The Ferris wheel? I don't know how the Ferris wheel's made out of wood. It has steel supports. Try not to resort to deforestation. I absolutely can avoid it, but no, sometimes it's just for times when there we go. And now soap tails is what we can start to use that. Take a look at our heart right here. Yeah, our I guess they aren't the happiest. We're gonna need to fix that. And we have stabilized at around 17 gas, which is unfortunately still not enough. Second time gas, just bite the bullet and just start off with free balances. Just leave the apartment free. It's a little annoying, but I think that might be our best bet. And of course, guests are complaining about drowning. About 270 people. That's not good. Alright. Mouse cars with a wooden mouse. That could actually help. Because they'll help provide a little bit more variety, so to say. Climb this hill. That we might as well just add our path. That's that way more guests can actually go on those. My intention is to try those slightly lower in terms of overcrowding. Whether or not that's actually working is debatable. Just right. I don't know how bumper cars are considered wooden. Is it considered a bumper car itself? Yes. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out this game's like. What, two not cool. Put down, let just have at it. And the good news about these two exit paths being connected is that at least you guys only have one way to go, and it's out. And as you can tell by the video link by this point, this is a pretty long step. To be honest, we were extremely overdue for one of these. Does it make it any better, you may ask? Does it make it any better? No, not really. We have also at this point researched all the gentle rides and roller coasters that we can. And so, yeah, that doesn't tell you that we're getting near the end of the scenario in terms of the tree and stuff. I don't know what to tell you. But the good news is we are hilariously cash positive. 22 rides in the park. Okay. Hire a couple more mechanics. Just be on the safe side. And while we're at it, might as well double the entertainer count because we got the money. Might as well use it. Oh, hello there, Mr. Lockwood. How are you doing? Or I guess you could call it Mrs. Lockwood, but it's nice to see the Lockwood. And of course, we have the bar right. That means rain is so hard. Because of course. Also, that means we only have 3 water rides, but that's kind of silly. Okay, yeah, I see. A little lumpy. Go, my pretties, go! Queue line out a little bit, and now we just have a thing that they can go to. Darn well please. To be honest, we do need a right. Also, I guess just be safe. Never know. We're finally up above 2,000 guests, so we're starting to get closer to our target. Unfortunately, we're still pretty far away off. So we're just going to speed things up a little bit. But now we have hit a bit of a roadblock because now we're stuck at about 2,200 guests. So, excuse me again. We are getting near the end, unfortunately. But at least now we can try out bourbons. Up in 10 mechanics and 40 entertainers. Just be or how shall I say? This is the part where we just will our function just what are we supposed to do? The answer is valid. And I put Abby off the ground by accident. At least the good news is they're smart. At least that means they're trying to take your entrance. Wait a bit. that would also help to have a lot more doubles to these and a whole lot of happiness. So let's see if that gets us any closer. We need about 200 more guests to win, so hopefully we can get this done before the hour mark, because I don't want to bore you folks too much with those egregiously long video. Unfortunately, you know how there's Rainbow Valley in OpenRCT2 1? Well, next episode we have to go to Rainbow Summit, which is somehow even worse. But I'll save my negative comments about that part next episode. For now, we just gotta focus on the here, which thankfully our job here is almost done. And as you can see, we have absolutely min-maxed the hell out of this park by just trying to fit as much as we can in the tiny amount of space the game gives us. Just a little bit more. And as we approach the end of July here too. Yep, there it is. That is extra part number 5 complete. Clocking in over 300 right. My goodness. And that, my friends, is Fungus Woods. The ride selection was a little bit tricky to work with, but overall this scenario wasn't anywhere near as bad as I was expecting, which I suppose makes sense. And these games are meant to be kind of, well, not very difficult, except for a few scenarios, but we've covered those already. But overall, Fungus Woods is definitely the step up in difficulty that I was looking for after the last few scenarios have been kind of easy. But as I mentioned, there is one scenario that's even worse, and that is Rainbow Summit, the final expert park of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and we will be covering that scenario in the next episode. But for now, thank you all so much for watching, and I said this during the 100 subscriber special, but if you haven't watched that I just want to say it one last time. Thank you all so much for 100 subscribers. You all are dear to me and getting this channel off the ground. And I thank you all so much for subscribing, watching, and enjoying the content. And if you enjoyed this video, hit the like button down below, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment down below if you have something on your mind. Right. In any case, thank you all for watching, and prepare for probably another Rage Edition video as we head to Rainbow Summit in the next episode of Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. But for now, as I said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Last time we completed Fungus Woods, which was difficult but fair, but this scenario is anything but. And this is the second scenario where I've had to bend the rules. You see, normally here on Rainbow Summit, the whole entire park is built on a hillside, and you're prevented from building anything tall, and you also can't do advertisements, meaning that the game expects you to get to the goal of 2,500 guests at the end of October year 4 naturally. And as you may have seen from my previous videos, getting a soft guest cap up to 2,500 without marketing or anything to help things along is a slog. So here is where I'm going to have to make the same disclaimer as I did in Rainbow Valley, because I really do not like this scenario at all. This is basically Rainbow Valley on steroids, which is pretty ironic because both parks are themed after rainbows. Rainbows are supposed to be positive, energetic, and fun, but whoever decided to design Rainbow Valley and Rainbow Summit to be so brutally difficult needs to be taken out back and slapped across the face, because this is just fucking acceptable. And yes, this will be another Rage Edition video, because why would it not? This is, I think, the fourth one of the season at this point. And while I said back in Rainbow Valley we were overdue, I wasn't expecting both rainbow scenarios to be such pains in the asses where I had to make the same disclaimer twice in 4 videos. Anyways, the only good news is we have some decent transport rides to see us through. Whether they'll be helpful or not is to be determined. We have way too many gentle rides, which is actually rather kind. A crap ton of roller coasters. There's several different thrill rides, including the go-karts, which are always very nice. 5 different types of water rides, which, considering the high amount of water, can also be used perfectly. And way too many stalls. I know, it's shocking me complaining about the number of stalls, but as I said back in Rainbow Valley, what would you want me to be able to pump out some good content for you folks and actually try to have fun with the scenario, or suffer? I rest my case. Let us begin. First things first is, of course, getting a kiosk up right in front of the front, and that way my guests can just go cuckoo crazy. And our soft gas cap is absolutely garbage. That's great. We have no other stalls in the park. None. That is unacceptable. I'm sorry, but it is. This is probably good. It's probably a good reason why the game gives you so many stalls and stuff, because it realizes oh wait, we forgot to build stalls. Let's make the player do it instead. Bunch of pricks. At least it's generous enough to provide ATMs right off the bat, so I can't complain. Well, actually, yes, I can complain, but, you know. Oh, good lord, these guests are loaded. We have 80, 90, 80, 70, 90. Guests spawn with a lot of money here, don't they? I'm just trying to find what the lowest value is, because these guys are stacked. These guests are stacked because we have like 70, 80, even $90. Like, is this a rich person's club or something? Like, what in the good heavens is going on here? I'm just gonna pick it up $60 and see what happens. Because all I do know is that these guys come with a lot of fucking money. Yeah, the minimum is 60 and the maximum is 90, so these guests are stacked with cash. That's good because we're gonna use all the money we can goddamn get. And in case you're wondering, am I exaggerating? No, I am not. Go. Okay, I did not mean to zoom that close. I'm sorry. I do apologize if you got jump scared by that. I did not mean to do that. At least the soft gas cap is slowly getting there, but remember, our goal is 2,500, so do you see why I unbanned marketing campaigns? Getting up to 2,500 naturally would take us, like, as long as it took us to beat Amity Airfield. And I am not gonna give you folks PTSD from that nightmare. There we go. It's gap pricing up and we're gonna be off to the races. One good thing too is that this park also has access to mazes. I don't think I'm going to tell you how mazes are. Yes, they can be pretty darn good. I don't call them like the best in the game by far, but do get your money's worth. Especially if you build the cheapest maze in the game, which costs only $28. Because you get the soft gas cap increase and everything for basically no money whatsoever. And we're starting off with a whimper because there's enough bloody rain. That's just great. That is just bloody wonderful. In case you can't tell by my voice, that is sarcasm. Because this is probably the most ridiculous thing imaginable. fact that this park is naturally hilly is making things a lot more dangerous. It's just the same old BS. No one wants to ride the Woody? Gee, I wonder why. Could it be because it doesn't have a bloody name? I'm being petty, honestly. I just really do not like how absolutely asinine restrictions. Now that we have some proper advertising up, even now, I guess we can actually start filling our coffers. You know, I'm gonna take a page out of Marcel's book and try to put down a mini corkscrew. And there we go, there is the mini corkscrew. The soft gas cap is doing its job, but obviously it's not going to do the job all by itself. We're going to need a way to connect this part of the park to this main part. Right. Really? There. At least that way it has a little tail, so to say. But now it just looks fucking weird. But whatever. Oh, get out of here. I'm not playing by your rules, game. You're gonna play by my rules. trains. There we go. Makes it look a little edgy, but having to test it, right, to make sure that it actually, goes from point A to point B. I'd rather do this than to try to do anything super crazy. So now that should just about get us to where we need to go. But I know people are going to be like, can't you just build a path connection all the way around? The answer to that question is yes, but it's really it is possible, but like I said, it is just absolutely ridiculous. Just adding a little kink right there so that way you guys don't just completely miss the monorail. Oh, shut up. Well, they did a good job on making the stats balanced. So there's that, I suppose. Ugh. Really? Oh, fuck off. I hate these hills so much. It's not like a room. Because guess what? That will cost us a lot more money too. What am I supposed to do, you may ask? Cry about it. Oh. Oh, god damn it. That's not what I wanted to do. Shut up. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, yes. Yes, but actually no. But of course not. Also, did I mention... Did I mention the fact that the number of trees that are in this scenario are goddamn ridiculous? Oh, get the hell out of here. Okay, I built it too high. Really? Are you for... I'm just trying to connect the fucking path game. Get off my ass. Does that connect with the path? Okay, thank God. Also, this chairlift is going way too fucking slow. And the soft gas cap is just barely... I guess, yeah, great. Just great. I'm just gonna speed things up a little bit as we just... Yeah, as we just have forced to slow down because the frame rate is starting to get shit. The only good news is we're up to 1,300 guests, so we're halfway there. Bad news is we can't really go at that speed anymore because screw me. At least the good news is we can rock the Hawk's Nest now. Oh, that's what I get for building path direction. That's what I get for being stupid. That's pretty usual. Well, big whoopee shit. Let's go. This is where the monsters are. So, as long as we manage to do that, I don't really care. Maybe I should put a no entry sign there. Plus is being stupid here? That's shocking right now. Whatever, there's your obligatory merry-go-round. Round bloody merry-go-round. How does that work? You know what? I'm running on a question. But it does work because that means we can attach it to another ride too. Go. We're at the 1,500 guests, which is 1,000 off from our goal. And we are becoming cash positive. So now it's going to turn us out of getting it for free just to boost our stuff. Well, it's gonna be but I don't call it actually being pragmatic. go with our little roller coaster mix. Why? Why not? And the soft gas cap still isn't even halfway to the target. Oh boy. Let's see how much I can get away with speeding things up here. Unlock the pirate vehicle. And I have a slow fast forward my action. But the good news is we're up to 1900 gas. So at least we need something. Bad news is the hill is definitely going to be our number one. Again, we're kind of right now. This is not really what I had in mind, but it's gonna have to work. Park with the best roller coasters. That's a nice reward to get. And we are able to build El Condor up in the hills. Why, you may ask? Because we just need something to get something good. And that doesn't even accomplish what I was trying to go for. That's ass. There we go, right across from the pirate ship, there's an adventure ship. So you have a choice of ship. And we're up to 2,000 gas. And our soft gas cap is at least half the goal, so that means the advertisements are going to get us over the line. This scenario, I mean, yes. Disclaimer aside, this scenario didn't want it being quite as bad, but this still earns my ire, because why the hell would anyone think that getting rid of one of the most important aspects to run, advertising, is such a goddamn good? It's not. It's just a shambles. Alright, so now I'm just going to speed things up a little bit and see if we can't get any closer, or if we're just going to be stuck in a little bit of purgatory. The answer is, well, we are closer. We are hilariously cash positive. I wonder if it would help their pathfinding algorithm any if we just got rid of this extra little bit of path and just directed them towards the exit path. The answer appears to be yes. Because at least now, guests can actually just mosey their way down. Excuse me. Well, this is going to be ironic. So I suppose we have a reason to let guests come up here now on their own volition, even if it's for a crappy ride. And now we just wait and just hope that we get up to towards 2,500 guests as the guests keep complaining. There, maybe that'll get them to shut up. Well, we get the Cadoga thing up next, but it doesn't matter because we are about to get the 2,500 guests and end our suffering. I don't know what is it with the rainbow scenarios and why they have to be such pains in the butt, but apparently somebody doesn't like rainbows. Unfortunately for them, I do. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the final expert park in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2 base game. Now you might be thinking, the season's over, right? Wrong! First of all, Rainbow's Valley Rainbow Summit can go to hell. Hell. Just in the circle of hell just above Amity Airfield, because both scenarios are just painful. And second of all, there are still the the official 6 flag parks left to go. And there are 5 of them in total. And as we're on episode 36, I'm going to pick out 3 of the 6 Flags parks and have them for episodes 37, 38, and 39 in August. With the season finale hopefully being towards the end of August, so that way we can move into Let's Play Minecraft probably towards the tail end of August, if not the beginning of September, so be sure to look out for that. In any case, like I said, Rainbow Valley deserves to go to hell. Rainbow Summit deserves to go into the same circle of hell as Rainbow Valley. But Amity Airfield is still the undisputed king for being absolutely bullshit. And I'm sure you all will agree with me on that. And if you don't, let me know down in the comments section what you think the hardest official scenario is from the base game scenarios of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2. And while you're down there, leave this video a like if you like the video, and subscribe if you want to see not only the end of the season, but also the triumphant, in air quotes, return of Minecraft to the channel coming up within the next month or two. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video, where hopefully things won't get so testy. In any case, ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome to the last bit of the season. Welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. The last time, well, let's just say that the rainbow scenarios are a bunch of numpties. It was a shambles, just to put it simply. But that's neither here nor there. Today, we begin the last few scenarios in the game before the season finale. We are here in Six Flags, Belgium, where the objective is simple. We take over the Six Flags Park, and we just have to try our hand at running it, improving it, and getting 3,500 guests in the park at the end of year 4. So this scenario is harder than Empty Airfield, believe it or not, but it's a lot less ridiculous because, well, it's an established park, for goodness sake. Now, unlike before, this time I'm not going to show the ride selection that we have because, well, it's Six Flags Belgium. It's going to be massive. So instead, I just want you to look before we get started. Just look at how massive this park is. We have a lot of stuff all the way around. Now, it's our job to take this park and expand it even further. It's Six Flags, it's Belgium, and we are now officially underway. The main thing I want to do first things first is just try to shorten some of these wider paths, because they might not be catastrophic, but they are a problem. And as you see, our soft gas cap starts at a pretty somewhat pathetic 1,300, so we have plenty of work to do. Gas out just it's not perfect, but it is what it is. There, that should help the gas out a little bit. Okay, I'm done messing with the path for right this second. But yeah, we have plenty of room for extra rides and stuff. So I didn't want to get hung up too much on the intro, because this place is massive. And it's our job to expand it. prepare to hear that. Prepare to hear that freaking train. I figured this was as good as there's any. The game's absolutely great. Yeah, I told you, be prepared to hear that train a lot. We can also build out on the lake if we want to. Which I'm gonna do just to take advantage of the fact that it's 20 minutes. Has free bathrooms? Are you serious? And we're out of money. How the hell did we run out of money already? Why the hell is there only free bathrooms? I'm sorry, I can't do it. I have a couple more bathrooms, so we just somewhat can't find too far. At least that's the time. found it. Eventually. We're just going up to go there, right? It just about is, yeah. And of course, we're not here. Very marvelous. Thank you very much. There we go. Off we go. At least our soft gas cap is starting to feel a little bit less of a problem. I guess. I don't know what's supposed to be. Now I guess we have a lot easier time navigating because there's a lot less junctions. I think I'll turn around this seems fine, right? No, Okay, how did that work out? How did that work out exactly? Oh, get out of here. Why does the game love timing that out so quote-unquote well? Okay, why is that section like that? There's no reason for that to be like that. It's an exit path for these things. It needs to be as straightforward as possible. Lots of sixes and sevens. There's a 50. This is a bit direct traffic. Just there we go. Most of those cues are not even my fault. Most of those cues are not even my fault. Now we're getting somewhere. in fairness, in the time I took to fix that, we have turned a profit, so we can pay back our loan. I suppose for now we'll have some higher action mechanics. Just so that way they can keep up and the things that are on a set path can't do the job. I know that's hard to say. I just up there, but at least this way is now a more fair four-way intersection. Already up to 2,000 guests, which isn't that much of a country considering where we start. In terms of else, so I guess we're going on there because it's probably not decent. It's probably the cause and effect. Remember how I said earlier that you were going to hear that train a lot? I was not kidding. There, that way there's error. Which is a fancy way of saying, at least now there's a rhyme or reason. There we go. Now some people are going to be yelling at me saying, why are you getting rid of the right path? So that you're supposed to simplify it. And to that I say, hey, I'm just playing one game in a way that fits my points. I'm not one to diss other people's points. So if you want to work at the right path, that's fine. But I personally just like the single path runner. It's a matter of opinion. go! And there's Southgate Steps halfway there. This advertisement should guess where we go. Have to shut this down. Yeah, we might have had $90 off the price. Intended, but guess we'll play with the I will reiterate again. Look, some of those cues aren't my fault. Okay, now we'll trim things down to our happy paths. Not entirely, of course, but at least happy enough to where I can keep making sweet changes. Which is nice because I'm pretty sure you people will come here to watch like a half-hour long episode and just fix my paths. Valuable park in Belgium. Never not being proud of that title, but here we are. That's better. At least fix this. Pretty much most of the path that park I do. Most of not all. Just go straight to the that should be just about all the path fixed. Or at the very least most of the path. I mean, the only high things are food prices. They're food prices. Those people I just say, hey, just play the game. You don't have to agree to disagree. For some reason, I'm getting like $1,000 off what the game says. I don't know why. At least now we have more reasonable. Alright. Just need to put down a couple of little signs. And there we go, our Southgate Steps. Alright. So now let's speed things up a little bit. I can't go quite full speed, but we can at least try. Remember, our goal is 3,500 guests, so we have quite a bit of work to do. And I might as well just offer them half-price tickets. Just being courteous. And to attract more guests to the park, that too. And again, they what do I have to do to get your people to stop talking? Now that's a okay, this is... I never actually got to see guards or that. This is... One could argue, if that 6 Flags Express wasn't there, you could connect paths even better. Instead, I say, yes, you have a point. But I am more than happy that I will with the current patch stuff. And I fix that. Yeah, that's been consistent. Long queues. Do you have anything else to point out? No, other than long queues? Like, it's ridiculous. Pay the loan before our first loan payday. And that's a little weird. But yeah, make the most of what we got. That includes Why was that? That disconnected. That's weird. Might have been that I might have P1 somehow? I'm not sure. Just find our way around. 2,500 guests so far. Alright, let's speed things up and try to see if we can't fix probably more. Me, my phrasing. I don't get it. Ah. Okay, let's try to push it. Okay, so near the end of October. 20th, I guess. Sunbury. live, you learn, and do your thing. There. Oh, that's oh, good. This kind of I'm a dum-dum. Turns into much more natural teaching. That's a little higher. There you go. this one I am going to take a little bit of inspiration from the Belgians themselves here. There we go. The Capitol provided at least pay some tribute to the country as hostess partner, that being Belgium. So even though I may have made other part to some people, I'm at least trying to give the country its fair share, its fair due. If that train started you on your nerves, don't worry, we are almost at the end. We're 3,000 guests. Although I did warn you that that train fell a lot. I mean, fail a lot. So you can't say I didn't warn you, because I did. Now we're finally getting to the point where we're starting to catch hilarious and catch positive. Now freaking time. I should say that. I don't think about it. What could have done without that protection circle? It would have had the magical power. The cooking sister anyways. Never mind. That's good. I like it. Alright, this is changing up. Elevation. I'm stupid. Oh, this is right there. A little over a minute. We're up to almost 3,200, so good news is we are near the end. Let's speed things up a little bit more. This is going to be our longest. This is looking like to be our longest video since the empty airfield episode, which is a bit of a weird distinction. Because empty airfield was long because the scenario itself was ridiculously long, and difficult, and aggravating. This has been much more reliant. I guess that should be a lesson to us for the Aero 6 parts. Don't underestimate how long it takes. Cheesy might supposed to have something wrong with it that breaks. What's that? Why is this text? Oh, 2,500 deaths. And built the top spin now. Not want to do that. What the hell is that? Are we for real right now? It got stuck in the... It got stuck. Are you for real? It got stuck in a god blessed station. It got stuck in the station. How did it get stuck in the station? I have no clue. Double close it just to get working. I guess that's another reason to dislike the front line. It's glitchy. Oh, just Well, it's a good thing that we build a couple of tiles above the park boundaries because that would not work out. What? Those people get a nice look at big old roller coaster as they come into the park. That was it's a nice sight to see, I guess. I don't know, that's let's just say how this is. And we have reached the over 1 hour mark. My goodness. I'm sorry this video ran on for so long, but I vastly underestimated how long it would take us to beat Belgium. You could say I'm just making excuses, and I probably am, but at least I have the accountability. You to say, okay, yeah, I screwed up. You mean to tell me that for all the money that we have earned, we still don't have enough to build this big epic coaster to end the video off with? And we only get a $20,000 loan? Okay. Someone please explain that to me in the comments how that makes sense. Because I'm struggling to understand and how that makes sense. Why is it not straight? Is that meant to be an anti-LGBT thing? I'm just wondering why the path had to be like that. Oh well. But I suppose we learned a very important lesson, as I've stated before. We should not underestimate Six Flags parks. It's clear that these parks come to play. So shall we. So yeah, let's wait and see when we get the 3,500 guests. Perfect. And there we go. Over $800,000 per year. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Belgium. Six Flags Belgium, to be exact. And yeah, once again, I said before and I'll say it again, I vastly underestimated how long this scenario could take. And this is the longest video in the season ever since the Amity Airfield episode back at the start. So I do apologize for that. And unfortunately, we still have 2 more of these to go this season. So, yeah, strap in because we're going to be in for the long haul. And of course, it literally rains in our parade. Anyways, to cap off today's video, I do want to say that the next episode, which I am planning to be in Holland, and take that as you will. Six Flags Holland. I will say that the next episode will not come out on the 8th because of the unfortunate circumstances that's around the 8th. Instead, it will come out around the 15th. I don't know if I'm going to do anything for the 8th or not, but I'll just keep all you folks posted on that. But anyways, enough of the depressing stuff. Thank you all so much for watching. If you liked the video, hit the like button down below. Comment down below if you have anything in mind. And subscribe and hit the little notification bell if you want to keep up with everything that goes on the channel. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Last time, we were in Belgium, forming the Belgian park to our own specifications. And today, we travel up to the northeast to their friendly neighbors in the Netherlands, or as it's informally known as, Holland. And we are here at Six Flags Holland to try our hand at running and improving this park just like we did in Belgium. The goal is the exact same as in Belgium, as a matter of fact, with 3,500 guests being required at the end of year 4, with the same park running requirement that's been in the game for pretty much the entire time. As back in Belgium, we will not see the full ride thing because there's a lot of rides, and we have a lot of work to do. So, let's just get straight into it. And we have another train track, so prepare to hear the train go for everybody. Okay, my first gripe is, who the hell designed this map system? Who designed this path system? I mean, what? I mean, I don't like wide paths, but this is just next level. That's better. That way guests can easily get back to the entrance. But yeah, this is going to be another case similar to that Belgium, where I think people are going to get kind of upset at me for destroying the park, which, well, that's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, for one, and for two, what would you prefer? Or to have the park be functionable, or to have it be an absolute pathfinding nightmare? I rest my case. Yes, they're complaining because they can't find the park back into the park. Yeah, probably because of the wide paths. Oh, that could just be petty. I don't know. If you guys are being dislodged because of the path system changed up. There. At least now, the path system actually makes a little more sense. There. Move the toilet over. We just add our ATM. shop can stay in there right now. Right, that's actually an idea. There we go. Probably should have put the entrance more towards. Oh, this is just meant to be. This is silly thing. It's alright. Okay, no, it's not. You wouldn't be too far off from the truth. But that's neither here nor there. to make a double path. I have to make a double wide path just to make it a single wide path. So, wrap your head around that. There we go. That should be a lot. A bit more streamlined. At least the front part. Back of the part, not so much. There we go. Now past this measurement sense. We only have 3 bathrooms in the park. Yeah, I can see why the guests have. They're like, hey, we can't find the bathrooms in the park. Please help. Also, this is basically the 6.5 Express 2.0 because it's literally the exact same kind of ride, just different because it's Holland instead of Belgium. It's still the same idea. Cut this path down. Something like that. Then because it's this way like excuse me. And the guests still can't walk bathrooms in the park because we only have 3 bathrooms in the entire park. For some reason. Why? I don't know. Do I wish to know? Of course. First things first. First, let's replace the cookie shop. Oops. I don't know if that's recording or not. I don't know. I still click the edge of the screen here. Properly. Do that extra bit of path, and there we go. Now it's a lot more functional. The only problem is there's a lot of path we have to fix. I mean, now let's put down some go-kart track right here. And then let's do the front of the park. So you can actually see what's going on. bad, not bad. So 50, 60, 70, 80. Since this comes through, I'm gonna have to parts, because clearly we need money. I'm sure people who like to need a job. Well, don't worry, okay, sorry now. Oh, those kind of tickets. Really? Okay, I already say it. Once you start moving the wheel, then I'll start handing out free entry tickets right now. Now we've seen more guests in the park around what? We also need bigger income, but that's just part of the course for me. What the hell happened here? I do believe that this path down reversed. Because this had the queue line, this had the exit path, and it should be reversed. That's just I'm gonna need to rebuild that fitness shop again right now. Yes. That's what about the. This is after they've been complaining about the lack of bathrooms. Yeah, we are done. I'll show the shop and replace it again. This is something I don't quite ask for. Just put it right in the end like that. Now people are gonna look at me and try to see me. So they're like, hey, what are you doing? This is what I was talking about back in Belgium. I know people are going to get angry at me, these so-called desecrating parks, but sometimes functionality is more important than good parks. Might be plain, but it's practical. Why is the kiosk so ajar? That's weird. close to the main problem, I guess. There we go. There's still more right path to worry about, but we'll get to it. At least this should fix most of it. This section where it's just my path. There we go. Now things should be a little bit better. Especially since we see the Flying Dutchman back here. There we go. Now it's more of a straight line. Also, the path system should be more or less fixed up. And for a Six Flags park, this park is kind of barren. I guess that's why we were put in charge, to try to spruce things up. But you could have at least given us a little bit of something extra to work with, instead of this barren area. Move your tush. Yeah, $15,000. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and just speed things up a little bit. Okay, that's $2,000 gas. Listen, we managed to pay off about 2/3 of our loan. Yeah, that. Why do we only have 7 mechanics? Are we for real right now? Like, are we for freaking real right now? Unbelievable. What an absolute farce. Jesus Christ. What is it? Did somebody crank up the breakdown rate or something? This is ridiculous. That's what I said. There. Now there's a little bit more. Also, what the hell are we doing here? Like, there's no need to overcomplicate the passes. There's absolutely no need to overcomplicate things like that. Hard for me to see shit. That's better. Now they can match it. do their job. We're already up to about 24, I guess. At least that was the payoff for us. At least the path system is mostly coherent. Mostly. There's still a few rough passages, but I think that would get. Also, this path system, the back parts. It's just one big plaza. Now it's not plaza, now it's just a straight shot. Although if you want to make it more of a long straight shot, there. So now that the path system has been overall fixed, now it's just a case of just being guessed into the park. Lacey is up there. What the fucking rain? Ugh. If there's any Dutch viewers watching today's video, please, I have just one simple question. Is it usually this rainy in the Netherlands? Is it usually this rain in Holland? Please, let me know down in the comments section. Because right now I'm just genuinely confused. I'm forcing myself to just put more no entry signs because clearly the guests are getting all kinds of screwed up. Let's see what the threats of the virus passes. Now I definitely there's a couple of dumb guests decided to go the completely wrong way. What's the good news is you guys have stopped complaining about the lack of bathrooms or the lack of ability to, you know, find a bathroom. That's better. Why does it default to the rock music? That makes no sense. Also, noticing that not all our guests are going to the very back of the park. They seem to be kind of clumped up near the entrance path. Hopefully they'll start to spread out as we go on. Probably not, because we're not going to 600 guests. One could hope, right? We're down to just a mere 5 stalls. Solve the drink problem. Food problems are something but nuance and I'm just gonna spam and food solve. It's not the same. And the whiskey broke down, that's how I was busy building rides. Not even rides, stalls. There. I have commercialized the shit out of this area. We have completely commercialized the area. Now we just build an alternative way there. I think we should go off and right things just quick. Can you just piss off to the other side of the sign place thing? I literally just rebuilt all the food stalls. You people need to open your frickin' eyes. Now it's made that path straight to a frickin' toilet. know it's on you for being on the wrong place at the wrong time. That's your fault. There. There we go. Not this. Dutch. Do I know how to spell on a keyboard? How to spell on a keyboard? About 200 guests a week ago, and look at the time. Look at the timer. We're at about 50 minutes. This unfortunately might be about almost as long as Belgium. I do apologize for that, but these scenarios are pretty damn. I hope you all believe me when I say this. I don't intentionally try to pad one of these videos. Simply put, shit happens, and there's nothing I can really do to fix it. All I can do is just try my best. This is probably the dumbest idea. We gotta do it. Unless we can corral the guests to go where we want. I'll tell you one thing I can't do: draw in a straight line. Now we have at least a little more incentive to try to park. At least I'm hoping so. Good news is we have successfully paid off the loan. Our park value is over 700 grand. Now we just wait until we get closer to 3,500 bucks. And that should just about do it. With almost $750,000 in property value. Very solid. And that, my friends, is Holland. Or the Dutch park. This honestly wound up being a little easier than Belgium in some regard. There wasn't as much wide path for me to desecrate, but it was still a bit of a pain in the tush to try to finagle around. Plus the fact that we had to get 3,500 guests again, but we were able to make things work in some kind of regard. And now we've come to the final couple of videos. The next episode will have the final Six Flags park that I want to do. And then, in the episode after that, will be the season finale. Now, we are capping the season off at 40 episodes, and just like in season 1, a final challenge park will be made, and we will use that to cap off the season. And so, I hope you all are looking forward to that, because as now we are getting very close to the end of Season 2 of Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. And from there, once the season finale uploads around the 29th, then Let's Play Minecraft will start up there, starting in September. I don't know if I want to do it on Fridays as I did with Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, but I'll let you guys and gals know about that in the community page and all the other places you can find me. Anyways, enough of my rambling. Thank you all so much for watching. And like the video, like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell so that we don't miss out at the end of the season. And if you have something to say on your mind, regardless if you're Dutch or not Dutch, feel free to say your piece in the comment section down below. So, as always, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all for the penultimate episode of Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Ciao. Hello everybody and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Last time we were in the Netherlands as we fixed up, or at least tried to fix up, Six Flags Holland. This time we're not in a particular country, but we are in the final official scenario of the season, Six Flags Great Adventure. Now, unlike the other two scenarios in Belgium and Holland, or Belgium and the Netherlands, whichever way you want to say it, there is no time limit. But we do have to keep the park rating above 700 at all times, otherwise we fail the scenario. But it's the same guess goal as the previous two episodes. And notice how I said final official scenario. Oh, because this is the penultimate episode of the season, which means there's going to be one more after this. But this will be the final official scenario we're doing this season. So let's send the official scenarios off with a bang, shall we? As per usual, the past two episodes, we will not go into the ride selection right away. Let's just get straight into it. This scenario is pretty unique in the sense that there's no set time. It's also unique in the sense that, yeah, more wide path. But we can fix that in due time. We're gonna have to leave a couple of these. We're actually gonna have to leave all of these songs, I see. There we go. That makes sure that we have something to work with. But yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of some stalls. So let's move them out of the way. Okay, this is definitely a problem. Now before you ask, why are you adding more path back? As I say, let me cook. There we go. Now we have a bit of a central plaza. Now we have a bit of a central plaza that we can actually, build around. Which is certainly better because at least this way, you guys can't just get all lost. At least this way we can actually, like I said, build around it. We can also just back it up with a ridiculous amount of bathrooms because of the amount. Anything to make sure that we can connect the park. Or at least connect the park a little better. And there's more music in our part of the park. But this will follow a wide path. Okay. Let's do this bit by bit. Okay, why would you throw up in the grass? That makes no sense. Okay, that should be... Yeah, that's a good chunk of the path gone. Although, we can't do this. Retrofit anyway. Okay, that makes it look a little janky, but you know what? Just retrofit the path. That's this section. The trash section is actually really alright. Oh, you just cut down all the nonsense. My main objective when it comes to my path isn't necessarily to completely destroy it, it's just to make it more reasonable. Where perhaps this actually makes sense. Because in the real world, why did I say that when it's a sailing barrel? I don't know. Sorry about that. Oh, good lord. No one said, you know, my path is easy. If it did, they're a liar. I think maybe liars, but... That's why I'm talking like barbecues in the park. Yeah, I bet. Okay, what the hell are we doing here? There we go. That makes it a little better. Keyword little. Oh, whoops. I didn't track yes there. I keep wondering why I'm replacing path is just to remind myself where we've been so far. It's a bit of a weird method, but it works. That's all I can say. That should be just about the path back in this section. Except for the DC. Except for the path going up to the DC. Also, why are these trailers so slow? There we go. Why? Why do you feel like to do that? Hit this one. Okay, I really noticed that first. Now the path has fixed somewhat, I guess. It was actually a very effective system. Anyway, I don't work for you on this. Just when you think you've seen it all just when you think you've seen it all, you get more nonsense. Now we finally reached the very back part. One of the very few times where I had to expand the path just to shrink it back down again. We're 13 minutes in and we haven't really built anything there, and stuck with this entrance. Worst part about these these wide paths in general, I guess, is the fact that it takes quite a while to clear them all out. Oh my god, dude, just put a pin in it. Get off! Also, that is just begging for trouble. Okay, so now the path makes a lot more sense. No, serious, why would they? Because that way they can keep their plaza, but without the extra fluff. I don't know why it's considered. I don't know why it's considered fluff, but whatever. Extend our path system somewhat. Oh, shut up, I'm the one that did this. I'm not the one that built them in the first place. That should be just about all the path, right? Yeah, just about. Just about. Just a bit more to go, and then we can just wrap around like that. Again, it's pretty right. I have to extend parts of the path just to reduce it down, so that makes more sense. But that's the world we. That's the situation we're in. Yeah, well, I'm not the one who hired him. I'm not the one who hired him as a mechanic, so why is that my problem? This is my problem because the parts aren't fixed yet. Seriously, how is that my problem? So I'd like to point out that, again, we haven't built anything besides just some extra toilets. Okay, we're actually doing some shopping. Again, how is that my problem when I'm not the one who hired the mechanics in the first place? Or told them where to go, or anything like that. I know this part is extremely boring and all that, I don't mean it to be, but it's just one of those things where I'm just like, it has to be done. now that would actually makes sense. Kind of. Expand this over. Actually, replace that with that because it's hard. We're up to 2,000 guests, so we need to attract 1,500 more, which is good, but also bad, because, well, it's an extra 1,500 guests we have to get, and we haven't built anything worthwhile. Okay, whoever's supposed to be in charge of Go-Karts 1 is getting fired, because this is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is a level of competence that was some good one. Does look like the answer to that question is yes. Finally. Just finally. So now with all of that out of the way, now we can actually play the game. And now we can start replacing what we have tore down with stuff that actually makes sense. Okay, who the hell? Where the hell are you? Archie, why? Why? Just why? 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 This is why I prefer working with. This is why I prefer working out Control Pass most of the time, because this is just downright insane. And I don't mean that in a good way. I was serious, by the way, when I said I was going to fire the person who was responsible. I was not kidding. I mean, Archie was fired, and now the go-karts have to stay broken down even longer because of incompetence. Absolutely disgusting. But enough of me being triggered by incompetence. We have work to do. I actually have a lot of work to do. And we're almost broken, right? So I spent a lot, and I mean a lot of time. I'm trying to get things fixed. It's not simple. $65, $75, $85, $95. I'll give him a $5 cushion. Just double the price. Nice. And then just hand out half-entry tickets. Tickets compensate. you people hurry up so that way we can actually get things advertised. Nice, please, thank you. Since the park is already on good standing anyway, we can just go ahead and just do all advertising campaigns. And then just, there and just hope for the best. That actually kind of works. Is it ridiculous? Yes. Do I really care? Not really. There. Ah, done. You know what? I can at least make it work. The better way by doing something like that instead. I just wish I didn't have to do it in a dumb way, but not much I can really do now. Was, but okay, now we can actually say that we are starting to get somewhere. Because at least now we're filling it in. And maybe mazes, but it's better than nothing. We're actually gonna have to take out a loan here just to build actually good coaster. Thus return of the Glacier. Really? At least I can't blame the mechanics this time. Well, technically I could, but that would just be cool. Because they don't have the same problems as before. Alright, fine. There. Hopefully that should reduce the number of complaints that we get, and that way people can actually, do their thing. Actually, now that I think about it, it makes more sense to have it connect like that, and have this weird side bar. Come on, get that out of the way. That's a little better, I guess. I don't know how this works, but it does. Don't want to play, right? That's fair. There we go. So now, like I said, hopefully this should cut down the number of complaints. Keyword, hopefully. I'm not gonna expect it, of course, but it would be nice for guests to just calm their collective the tits for just a little bit. Good enough, I suppose. Besides, this is why they can still be built. Their soft gas cap is about halfway, so it's not like we're doing it completely. There we go. Made for a convoy here. We can have to pay it back most of this loan. Gonna speed things up a little bit and just watch the procession of guests just come flooding in as we try to make things work. And the rides keep breaking down, but that's more or less to be expected. Okay. Can't go wrong with a little Oh, get out of here with that bullshit. I know guests love to complain about that, but at least be reasonable. actually fits perfectly into the path system. We have about 700 guests to go, so hopefully we should be able to get this done over with sooner rather than later. So now we'll just speed things back up again, and for a little bit. You can just see the big old procession of guests just flowing in. You'll love to see it. And at this point we're up to 3,000 guests, but we still have about 500 more to get through. Oh, now you give me the snow and ice gaming after I built the glacier loop. Now you decide to give me it. Now. I'm not mad, I'm just merely disappointed that the game decided to wait that long. Oh well. Glacier, just glace. Facing all peacefully. I know, I'm saying it. That's where I sound weird. These guests are never happy, I swear. All they want to do is one. Let's squeeze the hell out. I don't know how castle. Now I can safely say that we can actually use that space for something rather than just being glorified lip service. We are only a couple hundred guests away, so it's not like I'm completely losing the plot. But you are willing right to say that I am, because I can play this in a convention. I'm actually glad that they didn't completely revamp that, because now we can actually let it do its thing. It's quite nice. Perfect. just over a minute? That's not too bad. This is first turn roll. Not bad. Not done. I like pizza, what can I say? I guess I can say that we are just about done this. Alright, as we head towards the finish line. Let's see, yay. And put our that. Half connection for that. And one last race for good measure. Seems kind of predatory and stuff all out there. Yeah, I don't know. There we go. And with good timing too, because that is it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of this official scenarios, with Great Adventure being the final one. And now, remember how I said this was the penultimate episode? You know what time that is. Just like in season one, the next and final episode will be the special finale challenge. Which means things are going to get a little bit more interesting as we enter the 40th and final episode of the season. And so be on the lookout for that coming in soon. As always, thank you all for watching. If you liked the video, hit the like button down below. If you want to keep an eye on when the season finale is going to drop, hit the subscribe button and hit the little notification bell so that you'll be notified when it drops. And you can go down to the comment section and comment if you have something on your mind. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all for the season finale of Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2 next week. Until then, ciao. Hello everybody and welcome to the Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2 Season 2 finale. Last time we finished up our business in the official scenarios, and now we have come to the final scenario of the season, made by myself, called Silverwood Lake. In this scenario, we have recently won a plot of land nearby a lake, as you can see on the screen here. But unfortunately, the bank is called into debt from the previous owners of the plot of land. It's now our job to repay the loan and get a high enough park value to make the park fiscally sustainable. Now you might be thinking, a repay loan scenario is the final scenario of the season? Isn't that kind of easy? I would agree with you if it was for the fact that today's objective, we have to not only repay the loan, but achieve a park value of at least $750,000, which is even harder than Six Flags Magic Mountain, which has a $700,000 park value thing. And you might be wondering, how bad is the debt? $100,000. Thankfully, the interest is not that bad. It's just 2% a year, but at $100,000, that is still going to eat up a lot of loan interest. So we're just going to have to be careful of that. Before we start the scenario, I do want to apologize for how long this season took. Season 1 ran from February 2019 to August 2019, which took about 6 months. This season started in July 2021, and it has taken 25 months, 4 years and a month, and we are finally ending it here today. So I apologize for the long wait for this season to finally run its course, but we're finally here now, and that's the only positive thing I can say. We start off with a monorail, a few good gentle rides including the maze, many kinds of roller coasters, about 19 types, a good amount of thrill rides, 5 different water rides, which is pretty fitting considering that we have the lake right there, and quite a few different types of stalls including the kiosk and the ATM. Now you might be thinking, how exactly are we going to make money to pay off the debt? Good question. And it's a pay per ride park, which means admission is free. So we're going to have to get up rides and get them up quickly. So without further ado, let us begin doing just that. First things first, we got to put down, basics. It's 2 information kiosks. That's right out of the entrance. And then we can do the more quote-unquote basic stuff from there. There we go. Let's begin one ride up. That should bring the guests into the park slowly. So now we just need stuff on the other side. Or at least the other side to start. Like that. Wrong button. There we go. Now we have 2 rides up and running. Strangely enough, we still haven't gotten a guest yet. Yeah, despite the fact that, yeah, the park is open, so. And as I say that, and 2 guests just come into the park. With a couple of guests slowly trickling in. I guess the game made me eat my own words there. Who's a Duncan? We don't have the Ferris. We don't have the merry-go-round quite yet, but we can at least put down the Ferris wheel. But like I said, this park is a pay-per-ride park, not pay-per-entry. So we get nothing from the park. We get nothing from guests coming into the park, but we do get a whole lot more from guests riding rides. And that is what we're gonna have to rely on ride tickets. But as you see, that loan interest is going to be a pretty big problem, because even at 2% per year, it's already taking over $120 out. Which means you can work out that it will take about $250 out a month. Not the worst in the world, but certainly not something we want to deal with for a too long amount of time. We can at least fit in some other rides in between. Then once we're ready to go out into the lake, we can get rid of the other signs in the way. We let the guests just kind of scramble all the way around like mice. But we can also use the space to put down our classical mini mazes. Forgot to put one on the other side. Crusher wood. And then of course I'll put our thing down. And there we go. Now we have some mazes up and running. If I open up 3 mazes at once, that should boost up our soft guest count somewhat. As guests are filing into the park, we should start putting down some amenities. 10 food solid. Let's get us off and running, and then we just need stuff to fill out the middle. And we're already pretty much out of money. Good job, me. But at least now we have stuff. And having stuff is better than not having stuff. That's like the most eloquent way of putting it, but I'm not wrong. Our South gas cap is already up above 500, which is good. The bad news is our park value is massively lacking because we haven't built anything substantial yet. And of course, here comes the first rain of the episode. Great. But yeah, $244 alone just may not sound like a lot, but until we can get a stable source of income, we're not exactly going to be swimming cash for a while, unfortunately. Property there. At least this will allow guests to actually do some stuff. And the rain clears up pretty quickly, so at least we don't have to spend forever and a half just kind of diddling around. I know that's not the best way of saying it, but still. As you can tell, we're not exactly breaking. Ow. Somehow, me accidentally going like super fast skipped the whole ass thunderstorm. Even though I didn't need to. Whoops. Sorry about that. And we're broke. Right. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. But the problem is we have to wait $408. Not exactly what I call fun, but not much we can really do about it, unfortunately. And more rain's on the way. Alright. The best food in the country. That is an award that we hardly have ever gotten. But now that we have expanded the park, now that we've basically opened up the lake, we decided to open up the rest of the path, which means a lot more opportunity to spam. But also a lot more opportunity for the guests to get lost, so I have to keep that in mind. Of course. Oh shit. I don't know why they defaulted to 1920 cards, which is meant for regular cards, but whatever. Oh, great. I'm just gonna divert funding a little bit. The Woody? Okay, that's not too bad. But yeah, we are definitely not gonna have a very fun time trying to work with these. My actions. I'm getting afford any prize that would give a lot of money for one minor, so. What's one supposed to do in this situation, we ask? Absolutely nothing. Despite price value going up, our income is pretty minuscule. So you can see why I made this a season finale scenario, because this is not gonna be easy. Okay, so we're just gonna speed things up a whole lot. And now we have about 670 guests in the park. Meanwhile, we have gotten spooky things, which will this things up ever so slightly. I say slightly because, of course. At least now we can finally open a legitimate roller coaster. Also means a lot more chances to earn money because roller coasters pull in a lot more money than one can give credit. And that also means we can give vouchers for free rides and contests to incentivize people to come to the park. Plus increasing the soft gas cap becomes certainly higher. guess when her started flooding, and we were making almost $20 a ticket. That's exactly the kind of income we need. Just gonna speed up just a little bit more, unfortunately. Guess we're getting lost or stuck. Yep. I forgot to build fucking bathrooms. God damn it. I knew I was forgetting to do something. Why do I feel stuck? I did give myself bathrooms at the start. Am I stupid? Am I genuinely stupid? Oh, God. In the words of a famous motorsport art driver, I am stupid. I am stupid. I am stupid. I have inconvenienced myself. And I do not like the fact that I inconvenienced myself by being an idiot. I guess do have a right to complain because I am stupid. Sorry if it sounds like I'm being too harsh on myself, but I really should have double checked that. I really should have double checked that. At least now I get to put down the amethyst log. That. Guess you're complaining because I can't find vacuums in the park that don't exist because I'm an idiot. I am so upset that I did that to myself. I am not that much of a masochist. So why did I do that? Should have double checked. I did not. And make myself look like an idiot. At least I can put their boat behind right there. At least now our financials should be better now. They sort of do. Their truck value is already up above. I shouldn't say it's middle, it's like half. It is above 100 grand. So we can start to focus on the main objective of this final season, paying off that loan. The rule of thumb, you typically do not want to build two of the same kind of ride, because then they'll just cut into the profit, into the amount of money they can earn. And because the ticket prices will take a huge in English, you just have to be careful. Now we can start doing some more rides. The soft gas count is slowly rising, bit by bit. Technically don't need an abstract to get ready for the car. What you can do is start running more types of ads. The game always says, oh, your queues are too long. It's not funny, game. It's not funny. It's not funny the fact that you keep complaining about the same shit every episode. And I'm sure you all agree with that. That's not funny. It's not. South American team help us out very much, but today at least it's research now. Game's not gonna let that down. Of course, I'm not gonna let it down. And go on some diatribe in the conversation. Honestly, this is my due diligence, making sure that, everything's set up. Oh well. We can always have another ride. But yeah, now we're starting to earn some serious cash. Yes, they're still complaining. Shocker. But now that we've earned that much money, now we can cut the loan down by 20%, down to 80,000. It may not be enough to make a huge dent in it, but considering the fact that our park rally is about a third of the way to go, this will just work out nicely. I don't know if the Wonder Woman theme will help us at all, but I will appreciate the thought. now comes the part that I don't like the most. The way but at least now we should be in a bit of a better spot. Now that the loan has been cut down. Yeah, now our loan interest has dipped a little bit. But now we can cut our loan down to just $60,000, which is 40% of the base, which means our loan interest will go down even further. The less loan interest we have, the closer we are to the goal. I don't know if space is gonna help us. I really should put, now that we're more financially sustainable, I guess we should be pumping money into our research. And we only got 2 feelings. We can't find bathrooms in the park. That's gonna be a complaint. I was right, the game is not gonna let me live that down. Really? No scenery available whatsoever? Come on. That might be part of the reason why our guest count is kind of stagnant, because of my idiocy. Like I said, I know I'm being too harsh on myself, but I can't help it. At least now we're starting to put down some bigger bad rides. And we can bring our loan down to $50,000, which is exactly halfway home, and the park value is about halfway home. So now we are starting to make better profits. And we got another bit of theming. Now we have to double our mechanic force because there's a lot more rides in play. value has moved up quite a bit. And we can insert the money we have right now to slash the loan in half down to $25,000 and get 75% of the way to the goal. Which means compared to the $244 a month in interest that we were paying, we should be paying only about a quarter of that now. Yeah, only $15, which should equal out to about $60 by the end. So our park value is starting to get there. Even if I'm being stupid about this. Yeah, we are now what we call, it would definitely be what the scenario would be considered fiscally sustainable. We just have to get the park value up to that point as well. And then we'll be good. Not be my right choice, but it's what we're gonna have to work with. And yeah, our park value is pretty good now. Now we can bring the loan all the way down to just $1,000. Because I want the loan to be paid off when the park values hit this goal. Which means the loan interest at this point is pretty much inconsequential. It'll only take like a couple dollars out each and every time. Use the lake. And practice now scheme the park value up to $750,000. Oh, great, more functions. Lovely. More. But the park value is starting to get there. main part now is just keep working. Well, sucks. But of course that doesn't help us at all. That way we can at least say, hey, we built one. That's what was being really helped that much. Of course not. Can I draw in a straight line? Good God. At least now we can build some. Because now we can fill in some of the gaps and get the part value up there while we're still waiting for coasters and stuff. And I think we're finally going to get a bit of a break. good to... sometimes I amaze myself at how stupid I am. Look at them. Pretty sure everyone is tired of me constantly calling myself stupid, so by now. Again. Now get the proper corkscrew coaster. After all of that. Yeah, way to make myself look even dumber than I already have. I appreciate that. Why is the waiting time so long? At the very least, I understand like 15 seconds or so, but 35? For what? The park value is almost there. We just need a couple more rides to push it up over the edge. Because it... Oh my god, the more I see that message, the more I want to just beat myself up for being so stupid. Park value is very close. But this were magic number. Be done, but nope, not quite. It said 2 trains, not 3. Liar, pants on fire. Jesus. Or complicated stuff. Nothing else I know that building this coaster should just up to the goal. There's a weird way to do it, but I'm playing. As long as it's not right, that we can just smush them in, and I'm not going to complain that much. And the park value goes down. It's great. It's like the game doesn't want the season to end, but unfortunately, it's going to have to end one way or another. And that's what will potentially be our last coaster unlock. We get the good coaster. Oh, come on! 39 degrees in the middle of March is kind of chilly for me. I think we basically built pretty much every single part I game. Except for and that will do it. April 1st, year 4, the final scenario of the season has now been completed. Before we go in the outro mode, I do want to do that sweet trace real quick. And of course, the scenery is not available. That's not the way I wanted to do it, but you know what? It's someone else's problem. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is it. That is the end of the Season 2 of Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. I am sorry that this season took 4 years to see out to its conclusion. From July 2021 to August 2025. This season went on a lot longer than I wanted it to. Because as I said, Season 1 only took 6 months from February to August 2019. This went on about 8 times longer than I wanted it to, and for that I do apologize for the long delay between Season 2 Episode 1 to the Season 2 finale. But regardless of how long it took, I want to thank you all for your support on the series in Seasons 1 and 2. I deeply appreciate the support and challenges that you have given me for the first 2 seasons. And I can't wait to see what Season 3 has in store for us later on. Before we end the video, I do want to point out 2 things. First things first, Let's Play Minecraft will be going live. We'll be starting in September, so stay tuned for that. As we return to the world of Minecraft, completely unmodded, as you folks want to see me do a vanilla run before we get back to the realm of mods and stuff. Probably not on the same level as, say, the old Birchcraft project, but expect to see some kind of fun like that at some time in the future. When, I can't say quite yet. The second thing I do want to address is once again and the support. You folks have given me a lot of support over the years, and just a few months ago, we even crossed 100 subscribers. I cannot understate how important your support has been for the past few years. Especially as things in real life and stuff have been pretty terrible. But once again, thank you all for your support. It really means a lot. But in any case, thank you all for watching. This has been Season 2 of Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. And you already know what to do. In any case, once again, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the world of Minecraft sometime soon. Ciao.